Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the third day of Santa Cilia, second task. It's a pleasure always to be with you. And first of all, we're starting with the results of yesterday's, which was the first day of task. It was a very a fantastic race with Maximilian Saiz winning the day, and then there was a group of 3 or 4 gliders. They were pretty close all together at the final glide, and as you can see, they were equal at second position. Kevin Ford from France and John Gatfield from United Kingdom. It was very interesting. Also, we have to say that from 14 gliders, 14 pilots, 12 of them completed the task. It was a tricky day, especially at the start, because the weather was cycling, so the first 2 launch were able to catch good conditions, climbing very fast to the cloud ceiling. Meanwhile, the later ones, well, some of them did it, but some of them struggled, and they weren't able to catch the start line in time or a little bit lower. There was some penalties, especially from arriving below the start. Below the maximum altitude, the minimum altitude of the finish line, as you can see, and we are going to see today's task. This is the task that they are going to do. So the most important thing of today's task is the possibility of wave, especially because in the afternoon the prediction is that it will get stronger and could make the thermals be softer. So it will be interesting. The task is programmed so they can do both if they are able to catch the wave, or if they are going, or they also can do just by thermaling. They are going to the east because it's where they are expecting better conditions. So first leg, they are going to Sesue, which is 88 kilometers to the east. It's important to know that the whole day there will be northwesterly wind, changing in its strength, but from 30 to 50 kilometers per hour. So it will be the most important aspect of the day. From there, they turn western south, going to Javierre, which is a landing field, 41 kilometers. From then northeast to Castillo Mayor, which is pretty close, and they have to jump this gap of the south aerial space of Ordesa and Monte Perdido Natural Park. It's important they have there a minimum altitude to pass of 2,100 meters. I mean, they can fly over 2,000 meters, 2,100 meters MSL from the ground, but if they just touch one point, it's a now landing. Okay. Of course, the northern part is completely forbidden. So they are going to make this fourth leg to the west, to the reporting point. Did you see number 4? From there are about 68 kilometers. And from there, just 4 kilometers to the finish line over Santa Cilia airfield. Okay, and as you can see to the left, sorry, you were looking at the towings. Now you can see the task for today. Clearly, so we're saying going to the west, first point, 88 kilometers Sesue, then Boltaña, turning northeast to point number 3, which is Castillo Mayor. There we'll pass the southern aerial space of Ordesa and Monte Perdido Natural Park, minimum altitude 2,100 meters, and from there, direct west to the reporting point number 4, which is finish north, and from there landing final glide to Santa Cilia. As you can see, there's a whole maximum altitude during all the task and all the championship of 4,500 meters over sea, MSL. It's important because should the pilots be arrived to catch the wave, the northern wave, in any case they cannot pass that altitude. Also to say that there's a start altitude of 2,000 meters. Why so low? Because at the expected hour of opening the gate, of starting the task, the expected cloud base is about 2,200 meters. So we don't. It's always better because pilots try to stay as high as they can. So it's better they don't stay just at the barbs of the clouds. And finish altitude over airfield is 1,000 meters, and from there they will go southwestern and turn southern circuit to land at the airfield. That's the task for today. So let's take a look also to the forecast for today. As you can see to the north, there's nothing to fly because of this north wind, but the interesting thing for today is this. We'll take a look at the vertical velocity of 3,000 meters, and as you can see in orange and yellow colors is the expected wave. Okay. So the thing is they will be able or not to catch the wave. That will be the main decision. Is if you lose time trying to catch the wave, and then if you got it, you can go faster, or you just try to do the task just thermaling. Also to take a look at the expected cloud base is these clouds that seems rain that you see are very to the north in the French part of Pyrenees, so they shouldn't arrive to us. And the expected ceiling is 2,500, 2,700, 2,900. Also the important thing is how fast will the air dry, how fast will the cumulus start to disappear. So that's the task for today. And well, that's the thing. Please, you can follow the towings through the camera you will see right now, and we'll be back in some minutes with the start procedure. See you soon. The start line will be open at 2 hours 20 minutes. 2 hours 20 minutes. And the maximum start altitude is 2,000 meters. 2,000 meters.
Hola a todos, estamos en el aeródromo de Santa Cilia en el primer día de competición y vamos a ver qué opinan los pilotos. Ayer hizo mala meteorología y hoy pinta mejor, así que dinos, ¿qué opinas? ¿Qué sientes?
Bueno, pues nada, con ganas de volar, muchas ganas de volar. El día parece que va a ser un poco tricky, ¿no? Un poco difícil. pero bueno, es igual para todos. Si es una tarea por el valle, bueno, pues siempre tienes la posibilidad de tomar fuera, ¿no? Y bueno, pues con cierta seguridad y nada, pues a disfrutar de lo que nos toque, va a ser igual para todos. Pinta que va a estar muy húmedo, que va a estar un poquito más difícil, pero bueno, yo creo que además el viento noroeste no es lo que más nos ayuda, pero bueno, como he dicho, es igual para todos, así que esto es una competición y a intentar correr todo lo que se pueda.
Yesterday was raining day, and I think is good because it's cancelled day. And today is weather more better, and I think it is good fly. It will be good fly, and but the cloud is not higher, 2,200 meters, and I am happy and I feel good.
So yeah, yesterday was a little bit tricky, and so they cancelled the day due to the rain and the thunderstorm forecasted. And so today it's a little bit humid due to the rain tonight, and we have sun, and I think it will be great. I think it will be great, and we'll have a good day, I hope. And I'm playing in Saint-Jean, so it's in the northern side from the Pyrenees, so I know the place and I come quite often here. So yeah, this is a great place, and I enjoy. And this is my first time here in Santa Cilia on the ground, and yeah, this is a nice place, and it'll be great.
A ver qué tal, porque por ahora el techo de nubes está muy bajo, parece que subirá, también puede entrar viento, bueno, hay varias variables que generan un poquito de incógnita, veremos a ver cómo sale el día.
Yeah, excited. I think it's going to be a tricky day because conditions are touch and go, 50-50. But I think it will be a bit of a task, and it will be an interesting finish because we've never done a finish like this before. So you should get good pictures from the finish line.
Oh, I think it will be an interesting day. I hope the clouds will go up a little and that we will have a good fast flight.
Pues yo creo que va a ser un día muy frío, tal y como estamos sintiendo. Creo que vas un poco desabrigada. Y ahora mismo las condiciones no son buenas porque el techo de nubes es muy bajo, tal y como estamos viendo. La única zona donde sale incluso un poco el sol es aquí, encima del Valle de Santa Cilia. Esta es una zona privilegiada, pero necesitamos que suba un poco el techo de nubes para hacer una tarea, aunque sea muy corta como esta. Y suponemos que en un par de horas ya habrá esas condiciones.
We have the winner of the day, Maximilian Saiz. So congratulations.
Thank you.
So what do you think about the flight of today?
It was a very interesting first task because on the first part we stayed on the northern side of the valley, and then we had to cross on the southern side. So it was made an interesting choice to see when to cross, and in the end we were quite a big gaggle. I think maybe like 5 or 6 gliders altogether, and what made the difference was the way we took the last thermal, which was a bit bubbly. There were thermals a bit all over the place, and it was a bit difficult to find one good core, and that made the difference in the end. So.
Okay, so and you flew, apart from it, you flew most of the task alone or with group?
No, there was always a few people next to me. I did quite a long part of the flight together with John and Klaus also.
Okay.
And then Serge was always a bit in front and a bit lower, and so there was always quite a few of us. Kevin catched up also, so it was always 5-6 gliders. So.
Perfect. And did you like the environment and the place?
Yes.
Yeah.
It was very beautiful before the start over there on the high ridges. Very beautiful.
Perfect. So here's Max Saiz, the winner of the day. Thank you.
Gracias.
The start line will be open in 10 minutes. The maximum start altitude is 2,000 meters. Pilots must be behind the extended line in 9 minutes. Welcome back to our broadcasting. It's just 10 minutes for the start line to be opened. The start line will be open at 2 hours 20 minutes, and meanwhile we will explain you the task for today, the meteo, and in the meantime you will listen to part of the start procedure. Okay, so let's remember for today we have a task to the east of 218 kilometers. The start time is 2 hours 20 minutes, and their start altitude maximum is 2,000 meters, while the finish altitude is 1,000 meters. Okay, so as you can see in your simulator, most of the pilots are already at more than 2,000 meters. After the last release, the procedure has been delayed some minutes, so all the pilots could gain enough altitude so they can arrive to the start line in the correct time and correct altitude. So there's a group of 3 or 4 pilots who are arriving to these 2,000 meters, which is 7 Alpha, Carlos González, Eco X-Ray, Pablo Vispe, Bravo Mike, Miguel Monedero, and the lower one is Golf Victor, who is Jose Antonio Blanco with his Discus. Okay, so it's just 8 minutes to go, and from there they will go to the east to the first point, that is Sesue, 88 kilometers. And the most important thing for today is if they will be able to arrive to get the wave, the expected wave, from west to east. And this will be the first leg. So we must say you also the images you are looking at is not a simulator, but it's a rendering system based on data from the OGN. Okay, so back to the task. We have a group of 3 or 4 pilots close to the start line. Meanwhile, there's a group of the 3 pilots that were leading yesterday, who were Max with 8.5, John with Yankee Oscar, and Kevin India Romeo, who were now together to the northwest of the start line. Is the normal or it could be interesting place to wait there until the line opens. Okay, so we must remember one thing. Some rules for the start. Most important is that the ground speed is 170 kilometers per hour of ground speed. So if you have, like today, maybe 30 kilometers per hour of tailwind, they're indicated must be less than that, maybe 130, 140. Remember, the ground speed is the indicated plus the speed of the airplane you can see from the cockpit plus the wind you have from the tail or from the front or your side. Okay. So another interesting thing is that the limit altitude is 2,000 meters. There's a tolerance of 5 meters, and if not, there's a penalty. Okay. Also, from the last 5 minutes to the start line, there can be no turning to the right is prohibited. I mean, all the turns must be done to the left. And as you can see the start line, if you think about an extended line from north to south, 1 minute before the start line is open, all pilots must be to the other side. Okay, and also after closing the start line, for security matters, they cannot turn or just turn back. Okay, it wouldn't be safe to turn with gliders flying against you. Okay, in the meantime, we're continuing with the start procedure. The start line will be open in 5 minutes. The maximum start altitude is 2,000 meters. From now, turns to the right are prohibited in the start area. Pilots must be behind the extended start line in 4 minutes. So back again, it seems that most of the pilots are preparing in that area we talk about, northwest. And as you remember, yesterday the winner was Max Size with his 25. And in second place there was equal time between Kevin Ford with his Ventus 2A and John Gatfield, Yankee Oscar, with his AS33. Okay, there was a difference of about 2 minutes between Max Size and the following group of Kevin and John. And also pretty close there was Klaus Kalmbach, number 4, and Stanislas Viela, number 5. So the ceiling expected for today is about 2,500 meters in the middle of the task. The place where the lower cloud base is at the start. Precisely, that's why there's a lower start line altitude. The start line will be open in 3 minutes. Pilots must be behind the extended start line in 2 minutes. So we were talking about the task, and we must say that the task goes eastwards, where the best conditions are. So the intentions of the organization were for the task to be made either wave or with thermal. Okay, that's why maybe the start time couldn't be postponed anymore. So that's the thing. It would be interesting if they someone invest time trying to catch the wave, or if go directly through using the thermals. So the start line will be open in 2 minutes. Pilots must be behind the extended start line in 1 minute. So now pilots are pretty close to the start line, maybe 1 kilometer or 2. They are preparing, and the lower one is Eco X-Ray with Pablo Vispes 24. Yankee Oscar John Gatfield is about 1,900 meters, and Gold Victor also 1,900 meters. So most of the pilots will be able to do the start. The only thing is that there are 2 pilots, Gold Victor and Bravo Mike, that are to the south from the start line. The start line will be open in 1 minute. So you will see in some seconds or in 1 minute like how they are leaving, circling and going to the start line. The start line will be open in 30 seconds. Starting 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. gates open. Welcome back again. As you see, there's some delay between the real time and the rendering you are seeing in your screen. Now you can see the gate is open. At the lead is India Romeo at 85. They seem they have the correct altitude, and followed by Tango Fox, Papa Echo, Polish pilot, and we will see, I think Aldo and Bravo Whiskey will follow them, okay? There's one group just following the leg, and another group going south. Maybe there's a rotor or some indication of wave. You can see now these two groups, and in the meantime, unfortunately, we have some pilots. I think they weren't able to cross the start line at the moment. Echo X-Ray, Pablo Bispe with his ASW24, and I think now. Gold Victor with Jose Antonio Blanco and Bravo Mai, they are crossing the line some seconds later. You will see now. And okay, there are two groups. Charlie Tango and Tango Fox, they are deviating a lot. I think they are climbing, and meanwhile, the other group is going to the north. Yes, the southern group stopped to climb close to Monte Santa Eugenia, which is a peak of 1,300 meters, and you can see the other group that goes straight ahead, even to the north. And you see what they are doing. Down you can see the data of them. They are going not very fast for these gliders, but 130 kilometers per hour. Back again, we see the group that just follow the line to the first point. Aldo Rodriguez is AESW 20, followed by 85 max size, and with him was India Romeo keeping forward with his Ventus 2A. So also this was the second group that made a big deviation to the south. There should be a very nice cloud, and I think they climbed there. Charlie Tango, Klaus Klambach with Tango Fox, Matthias Krusicki, and they were joined by 7 Alpha and Gold Victor, who I think they started later. So Aldo is at the lead, while India Romeo and 85 max size went a little bit to the north. It's interesting and important to say that in this competition, radio communications are only allowed between organization and the pilots, but between the pilots, it's only allowed in case of security matters and avoidance collisions. Okay, very important. So it's individual, and even you see some pilots from the same country flying together, there's no communication in theory between them. So there were 85 and India Romeo tried to turn. It seems there was nothing. We are going back to this second group. Okay, you can see this second group, Tango Fox, 7 Alpha, and Gold Victor. They were climbing, and in fact, they are the higher ones, about 2,300. We must say that the cloud ceiling should be higher to the east. Okay, so the intentions should be they are going to the east, and now we will see a general view. So that's the situation right now. At the lead is the group we talk about. Papa Echo, India Romeo, Bravo Whiskey, Yankee Oscar, and 85. In the meantime, Klaus seems to be alone a little bit to the south, and Bravo Mike, which is Miguel Monedero, is a little bit to the north. Okay. back again. So it seems the first group find a good thermal. They are climbing between 2 and 3 meters per second. That for today it seems a very good medium. A little bit back, a little bit to the west is Papa Echo, who is watching Domansky flying his Ventus 2B. So we will see if the other pilots will join them or not. From the west, Bravo Mike and 85 they are coming. So now we will see if they are able to join them or not. Okay, they are climbing very fast. We must remember the different type of gliders there are. They are the last generation ones like GS3 or Ventus 3, SH29, and other with not good performance like ASW20 and Discus. For example, Bravo Mike is going with a 20, and 70, who is Aldo Monedero, is also flying with a 20. And we will see at what altitude they arrive climbing here. It's important because they will have to start to cross the valleys. Okay, there's a nice group of 5 or 6. Then we will go to the pilots that are not at the lead. We will follow them. So there are 4 or 5 pilots. I think it will be it has been the first leading group. Okay. So they are climbing 2,300, 2,400. In some minutes, you will see some camera webs to see how's the weather like in at that zone. And from there, it's very important they will arrive to the zone of the Ordesa Park, which is 2 parts, has 2 sectors. The first one is completely prohibited, and the second one, you must fly over 2,100 meters over sea level. Okay, and now we can see, like, some of the pilots seems that the thermal is losing part of its strength. They are not climbing anymore at 2 or 3 meters per second, but for sure they will climb until the cloud base. Okay. And now we take again a look to the general situation. So we can see this leading group that we were looking at the thermal, and it seems that Klaus Kalmach with his GS3 Charlie Tango went to the south, and there's another group of following growing through a southern path, which is Tango Foch, Mateusz Krujinski, 7 Alpha with his Carlos Gonzalez, Echo X-Ray, Pablo Bispe, and there they are. Okay. The first group left the thermal of an altitude at 2,300, something like that, and they are crossing. Let's see. They've made around 20 kilometers. We must remember the first leg was 88 kilometers, so they are they have done about 20 kilometers at the moment. And by the altitude at the moment, no one of them has climbed to, catch the wave. Okay. So now they will cross 2 or 3 valleys until they arrive to the Ordesa and Monte Perdido. And from there, they should turn a little bit to the south to avoid the northern part. And from there, they will arrive to the main Cinca Valley. It's a wide valley wet with a big lake in the middle. And that's where the wave is expected. Okay. So Kevin Ford and Aldo Rodriguez at the lead, follow with Papa Echo and 85. Back again, the southern group, not the leading group, Bravo Mike, Echo X-Ray, they stopped before the Viescas Valley. They stopped to climb a little bit to the south, which is north of Sabiñánigo village. And very close in front of you, you will see that huge mountain to your right, which is Oturia, where usually convergence and nice thermals are. So some decided to stop before, another to follow through the third step. Now the leading group is over this small valley, which where there was the point called Yesero, which was the first turning point of yesterday's task. We must remember Max won the day, and there was an equal between two secos, which was Kevin Ford and John Gatfield. So there seems, we can see something that is not usual here. You see they are climbing through the north slope. So you must take into account that the sun-heated slope is the southern one. Meanwhile, the wind comes from the north. So usually, in a normal day with breeze day and south or westerly breeze, they should be climbing more to the south. But now they are climbing to the north. Okay, another nice thermal, 2 meters second or higher, and we will see if more people will come to this one. So we already can say this: the leading group is formed. 85, Max Size, India Romeo, Kevin Ford. 7-0, Aldo, and I think Papa Echo, Wojciech Domanski. They stopped at Oros Bajo, close to Yesero Valley, and from there they will pass a mountain pass called Collado Cotefablo. So at this place, just if they were low, they should have to land at Sabiñánigo Valley, where there are some landable fields they have at the waypoints database. When they cross the Cotefablo Pass mountain, they will be in another valley where, just in case they are low, they will land at Broto or Javiere outlanding fields. So this is the lead. The other group is not going to the north. And we'll see the situation from their point of view. This is 7 Alpha, I think is the leading one, the leading pilot of the southern group. He is about 64 kilometers from the point, about 6 kilometers after the leading group, and now he's also beginning to turn. We will see which one is the most interesting decision. The only thing, I think Carlos is going alone. In meantime, while the northern group is a group, they're going all together. And there's a difference of about 500 meters of altitude. The thermal of the living room seemed to work better. Carlos is climbing about 1.2 meters per second. And we will see if the other pilots, Echo X-Ray, Bravo Whiskey and Tango Fox, will join him or not. Okay. So that's the general view that you can see. We must say that unfortunately Ayala Trulov today is not flying, so there are only 13 pilots flying, and very nice to see also that Bravo Mike, that started later, is going to join the first group, although a little bit lower. Okay, they are following the ridge, and it's interesting to see, even they are not turning a thermal, it's possible that the wind coming from northwest is possible that makes some dynamic flight here. You can see perfectly the shape of the mountains, and in some places they are climbing, in some places they are not. They are sinking, but only a little bit. Okay, and from there you can see the perspective of 7 Alpha. 7 Alpha stopped there. Now it's climbing less, but we will see where he crosses the main valley. ¿Vale? Okay, now let us show you how the conditions should be there. Looking at the sky side forecast system, and the provision is there were about 2,005 meters ceiling, as you can see. They are crossing the Cotefablo mountain pass, and they are going to the west. Okay, so they couldn't follow the northern and the highest mountains because there was something because of the wind coming from the other side. And also it would be interesting to see, like, there was also some ridge. You see Collado Cotefablo, they were flying there when we saw, and there's estimated wind about 20 knots. Okay, and let's take a look at how the the weather is there. This is a camera from Valdetena, from Aso de Sobremonte, and you can see clearly how the cumulus are broken because of this wind that will break the clouds and also the thermals. Okay, now we'll go back to the system, and okay, nice thermal climbing. They will enter the Broto Valley. Down here, there's the Broto landable field, which is an ultralight airfield about short length, about 300 meters, and more to the south there's the landable field of Javierre, which is point E11 in the waypoints database, and also is the third waypoint. Okay, interesting to see that, and happy for us that the altitude they have is what was expected. 2005, 2006 was the maximum expected at this time. And we see at the lead is India Romeo, Kevin 4, followed by 7-0, who is Aldo Rodriguez, 85 max size, and Papa Echo, Wojciech Domanski. And let's see what's the distance to the first aim point, which is Sesue. They made, the leading group has made more than half of the task, about 40-45 kilometers left. Okay, now India Romeo is at the lead, about 4 kilometers in front of the others and a similar altitude to the others. So now, at the moment, he's leading the race. Now he's stopping to climb alone, while 4 kilometers before there's the other part of the leading group, a stop to climb in that peak. Usually in mountain flying, gliding, thermals just trigger from the peak because there are some hot or warm air and coming from different parts, arriving to the peak, and it acts like works like a trigger. Okay. So let's see again the main situation, the general situation. Okay, here we are. I think 7 Alpha Carlos Gonzalez was stuck a little bit because he couldn't climb as well as the other parts, and the leading group, they turned a little bit to the south, for sure, because of the northern forbidden aerial space. Good to see. 85 is arriving 2,000, almost 2,800 meters. 40 kilometers from the first point. It's interesting to see how they will have to pass the Cinca Valley, and how they manage to cross that. Usually you can see this very specific mountain with an S form. It's called Peña Montañesa, and it's a place where usually thermals are there, but only with west or south breeze. To the north is Cotiella Mountain, and we will see where the gliders go. Okay. So Kevin at the lead. Let's see how hard they are. And the group kept on climbing. Not too much. I think they already left the thermal, and they are going through a more easterly path. Just look at how usually they fly the lead and follow the ridge. Papa Echo stopped to turn, I think followed by 85. And in a few seconds we will know if 7-0 will join them or not. Back to the second group. 7 Alpha stopped while the other part of the group, Bravo Mike and Echo X-Ray, they passed him. They went through a northern place, but getting a little bit lower. Okay, so now it's the first time to see if the second group will be able to join the leading group, although I think they are pretty higher. And in this leading group, most of the gliders are top ones. Meanwhile, I think the only one that has a less performance is 7-0, who is Aldo Rodriguez. Hello again. Well, let's take a look at a general situation. Unfortunately, Gold Victor, who is Jose Antonio Blanco with his discus, landed back. And we can see arriving to the first point, about 22 kilometers left, is India Romeo with John Gatfield and Papa Echo. Sierra with Stanislav Biela and 85 Max. Also with them is 70, who is Aldo. And 85 is the higher one at this moment. And also you can see the southern group we talk about, Bravo, Mike, and 7 Alpha are almost joining and flying southern through Escalona. Let's see how the weather is there. So this is a camera web from just 1 minute ago, and it seems to be nice clouds. If you see the northern and higher ridge, there's that special clouds. It's because of this north wind, and it's expected. I think there will be some convergence. Here you can see the expected convergence. They are passing through Collado Cotefablo, passing the Broto Valley. Okay. And we will back to life. Okay, Kevin Ford just searched for a southern path, sorry. He arrived to Peña Montañesa, this special mountain we talk about. You can see it's like a snake. The northern is Cotilla mountain. Okay. They will go to this point, which is turning point 3 Castillo Mayor, 20 kilometers from the first point, which is Sesue. And it seems that some of the pilots stopped to climb. Let's take a look at the altitude, how they are going. Yes, the expected altitude 25, 24, okay. They are passing through Panlo, and that's very interesting point, because that's where the risk of touching the national park that you have to remember it's forbidden. Okay, we must say that these gliders are the competition is taking place in the 15 meters class. And it's the second Grand Prix that is held here at Santa Cilia de Jaca, which is situated at the Jacetania Valley between Pamplona and Catalonia. To the south is Huesca and Zaragoza cities. Okay, and in this event we have 14 gliders, 14 pilots with different gliders. And first day was cancelled because of weather. Second was won by Max Size. And now we will see how the pilots do it today. So Kevin Ford is climbing quite well. He's using Peña Montañesa. but from a northern point of view, this is not very usual here, but is climbing very well. And in the meantime, 8570 and Papa Echo, have taken the northern route through Cotiella. I think they will use Cotiella as a reach to fly dynamic. Cotiella mountain has an elevation of 2,900 meters. Meanwhile, you can see Aldo is 2,200. Let's see if they can recover some altitude, getting closer to the mountain. And in the meantime, let's go back to the second group. At this moment, the group is only formed by 2 pilots, 7 Alpha, Carlos Gonzalez, and Bravo Mike. Miguel Monedero with his ASW20. Okay. This group, Bravo Mike and 7 Alpha, they are not going to Peña Montañesa, where Kevin Fur was, but they are going to this small mountain close to Castillo Mayor that you can see in the middle. It has no forest over it, but it's rocky, and usually it works quite well. We must say that all these pilots, or the pilots here, usually they can rely on the landing places of Ainsa and Coscojuela de Sobrarbe. Coscojuela is an ULM airfield situated about 15 kilometers to the south, close to the lake, with very nice views. Okay. I think Bravo Mike and 7 Alpha, they are exploring, trying to find a thermal. They are not very low, they can still keep on going. Okay, Aldo and 85 stopped here to climb, joined by Papa Echo, who is watching Domansky. And coming from the southwest, coming Bravo Mike and 7 Alpha. The leading group has an advantage of about 300 meters. And we don't see him, but there is also Sierra, who is Stanislav Biela, and also Yankee Oscar, who is John Gatfield. Back again to life. We can see two pilots that didn't start. One is Bravo Whiskey with Sergio Lesey with his SH29. They just landed back, and Tango Foch, who is Maciej Kruczynski. Kruczynski, he was now very high, close to start, was climbing around 2,800 meters. And I think Yankee Oscar and 85, they already made the first point, and they are going to the second through different paths. We must say, unfortunately, we are not able to see John at this moment at the system, but we know he is also at the leading group. So Max is coming back from his first point, going to the second. He's 3,000 meters high, and so the ceilings got higher, also close to the star line. There were almost 3,000 meters. Well, most of the gliders were passing between two valleys, so there's no signal there, and the gliders seem to be stopped. And you can see the whole situation here. Yankee Oscar took the southern route through Peña Montañesa, and 85 is going through north to a northern one that is max size, followed by Sierra Stanislav, and after him is India Romeo, Kevin, and Papa Echo, Wojciech Domanski. Okay, so they are going to the second point. So let's see how they are going to the second point, which is Javier. It's about 41 kilometers from the first point, and they will arrive pretty soon. The only problem is they have some front wind, and from there they will turn right to point number 3, Castillo Mayor, situated 16 kilometers to the northeast. And from there it will be interesting because they have to cross the southern sector, and although it seems to have already nice cloud bases as expected, which was expected about 2,900 meters, and now at this moment they are between 3,000 and 2,600 meters. So that's the situation. You can see the different altitudes. So John is the lower one of this group. Meanwhile, Max came from the north, higher, and Stanislav is in the middle, and there's a following group of India Romeo, Kevin Ford, 7-0, who is Aldo, and Papa Echo, who is Wojciech. Okay, and meanwhile, Bravo Mike, 7 Alpha, and Echo X-Ray, they will try to do the first point. I think they still haven't done. They were a little bit far and back from them. Let's take a look at them. This is the group. Papa Echo stopped to climb. Meanwhile, 7-0 and India Romeo, they are following, crossing Peña Montañosa to the north. They will cross the Finca Valley, and to the south you can see that lake, and that's where one of the outlandable fields, in fact the New LM airfield. Okay, also there's a landable field in front of you in the middle of the valley, and they seem they are going to cross the valley with a nice altitude, about 2,800 meters. At the moment, Max has already done the second point. He's arriving to the second point, and we must say that he's joined by John Gatfield with his Yankee Oscar. I think John has already touched the point. At the moment he's 2,300 meters. Meanwhile, Max is about 200 meters higher, 2,500. And also through the north is coming Sierra, India Romeo, 7-0, and Papa Echo. Okay. So now you can see Max and John are doing the second point. And from there, 16 kilometers to the northeast. So coming from the east, a little bit higher are Kevin and Wojciech. And I don't think they stop in the middle of the valley. It's difficult, there are some thermals there, but this north wind, everything can happen. You can see small ridges down them. And they are using a northern path. I think there are some clouds there. They are not following a straight line from Cotilla, but they are going to the north. Okay, the second group is will arrive to the second point in some seconds, and meanwhile you can see that Max has already done it. He's going to the north. Maybe he stopped to climb, we will see. He made some movements, I don't know if they will do it or not. And as you can see, 85 Max just turned to the right. He's going completely eastern. I think he's following the same path, or almost the same path that he used to come. We must say that in front of him is John Gatfield. John has an altitude about 2,100 meters, while Max has 100 meters more, but he's about maybe 2 kilometers back him, so maybe they are, I think they have the same energy. They are pretty equal. Hello again. We can see that the leading group is formed by 85, who is Max 2600, with Yankee Oscar. They are both together and same altitude, so they are pretty equal. We will see what happens going from this third point to the finish point and the landing, followed by Sierra, who is Stanislav. Stanislav is about 400 meters lower, and India Romeo is also lower, 2200, a little bit to the south. And after them, chasing them, are Papa Echo 2300 and 70 Aldo Rodriguez. Okay. To the east, stopped on Peña Montañesa 7 Alpha. Is 2700, and for sure he's been climbing all through the ridge, and now you can see he didn't stop. He's 2700. He was climbing quite well now. And we will be back in 1 second to see how they are doing in real. So Max is climbing 3000.4, and he's going to be joined by India Romeo. I think they are going to rejoin them 3 or 4 pilots, maybe Max, India Romeo, Kevin Ford, also Yankee Oscar, John Gatfield. Also is going there Sierra, Stanislav. So they were separated for some minutes, and going to them, for them are Papa Echo and 70. They are climbing pretty good. Seems to be the best or second best thermal of the day. Very nice. And coming from the east is Bravo Mike with his ASW20. And you can see also how still 7 Alpha, even though he is 2,700 meters, he stopped to climb there. So now we can see that, curiously, the middle of the valley is working very well. Look at the strength of the thermals, very interesting, very good. And Papa Echo and 70, I'm going to join them, okay? You can see the altitude of Mateusz Gruzinski. Mateusz Gruzinski, I think he's not doing the task. He's at close to the start line, having fun flying. I think he couldn't start. And 7 Alpha already left Peña Montañesa Ridge, is going to the third point. And yes, we can confirm they are all joining together. And Bravo Mike will join them coming from the east, but will pass them. Maybe he stops to climb there, I don't know. And from there he will keep on to the third point. Okay. It's interesting to say, as you can see, there was some drift to the south. Here they have northwestern wind. So normal is that they are going to the north. Okay. So 85 and Yankee Oscar going to the third point. And yes, Bravo Mike stopped to climb. So Yankee Oscar and 85 at the lead. I think John is a little bit in front of the signal you can see of Max, but about 200 meters lower. So are pretty equal also. And in the meantime, that's the thermal. They are climbing over Escalona, over La Espuña. And from there they will take route about 270 degrees to the west, where the last leg apart from the reporting point is 68 kilometers. And it will be the more, we could say, tricky because they have almost front wind. So that's where the difference between gliders could be more appreciated or noted. Okay. Seven Alpha is going to the third point. He didn't stop. He didn't go to the group that was turning in a thermal. Maybe he saw something better, or another thermal that he thought it was better. Yes, he stopped a little bit more to the west. Although at the first turn it doesn't seem the best one. Well, we have the general situation. You can see it in your screen. 7 Alpha is going to the third point, and in the middle of the valley, there join people coming from the second point, from the third point, and people coming from the second. So John and Max, I think they are going together. Different 100 meters, so are flying together. It will be very interesting. Last long leg. India Romeo is going to the third point with Sierra. They climbed. There were 2,300 meters. I think they climbed about 400 meters, and they go directly to the third point. And from there, they must cross Monte Perdido Zone, Broto Valley, and you will see Sabiñánigo. That's the main Jacetania Valley. That's where the lowlands are. They are flying above zones between 1,200 and 2,000 meters. Meanwhile, the main valley, Sabiñánigo and Jaca Valley, is around 650 to 750 meters high. So it's a huge difference. There are some rivers also, so usually it's more wet than the rest of the mountains. Okay, and that's the thing. We have this leading group and the second group, and we will see how the points are. It's very nice because we were a little bit worried if the southern group that took the start, but were there struggling a little bit. And finally, they did the further point, and they are going to do the task. So this second group is arriving to the third point, Castillo Mayor. From there, it's around 60 kilometers to the Finnish North reporting point. So we can see this second group, India Romeo, starting the point. followed by 70, and Papa Echo. Okay, I think they will try also to rely on the reach. So let's take a look about how Max is doing and how he's flying. Su puta madre. Okay, Max is following the ridge. We will see if he can climb some meters in dynamic flight. Close to him is John Gathill with Yankee Oscar. And after them, second group of India, Romeo and Sierra. They have the same altitude and going together a little bit more to the north to Sestrais and Punta Estiva. We can see that this second group divided into two. India, Romeo and Sierra went to the west, following Max and John. And meanwhile, Papa Echo and 70, they went to that mountain, which is Castillo Mayor. It's about 2,000 meters, and Peñalombra about 1,900 meters. I don't know if they will climb or not, but anyway, they are choosing a northern path. There you can see the difference. There's Kevin is about 100 meters higher. And I don't know if the reach will work for the northern group. They are going to Cañón de Añisclo Valley, and there is some ridge there pointing to there could be some dynamic flight. Well, good news. We recovered the signal of Yankee Oscar. It's very good to recover, of course, to have the signal of the leading pilots. Remember what happened yesterday? That finally we recovered Max, who was leading the whole race, and finally we saw him. And they are at the lead, and Kevin is after trying to chase them. But I think it's 200, 300 meters lower. So we will see if he's able to reduce this difference. Okay, in the meantime, I think Papa Echo and 70, They tried going to the north, but I think they didn't work, and I think they are turning back. So look at the situation, look at the path, at the ribbon. They went to the north from Castillo Mayor. They tried there, it didn't work. And maybe there's, because they didn't follow the path. And maybe they were for looking for a cloud. And because they are not very high, they are less than 2,000 meters. So it's better to get higher there to climb the valleys. And yes, I think they are climbing, and they joined 7 Alpha, Carlos Gonzalez, who was coming from the second point, from Javierre. So that's good for Carlos because he chased this second group, so he's not flying alone no more at the moment. And India Romeo, who is joined by Sierra, by Stanislav Biela, they've found the thermal. They are climbing pretty good. It's interesting because if they climb and John and Max, they don't find the thermal, they could pass them. It depends on. You can see they are at the peak at this moment, climbing to 2,400, 2,500 meters. We will see. And it seems like today is flying in pairs. John with Max, Sierra with India Romeo, Aldo Rodriguez with Papa Echo. Okay, so they are climbing pretty well. Look at how they are climbing, and while they stopped to climb in thermal, John and Max, they just followed the ridge. I think they didn't lose much altitude. I don't know if they should stop to climb somewhere, of course, because they are pretty close to the third step. And well, it will be interesting. We can see it's a good thermal, always above 2 meters per second. And let's take a look at the third group, how they were doing. Well, 2,100 this group. Nobody has still the altitude to arrive to the finish line. They don't have the energy at this moment. And it's interesting, but to see what will happen with those two groups. Now, Echo X-Ray, Pablo Bispe with who's 24 made the third point. very good for Pablo. But he also, instead of going to the west, instead of following the leg, he will join this group. Let's take a look at what altitude do they have. Yes, Pablo is about 2,100. So there's a difference of about 200 meters between the gliders in the thermal. The good thing for 7 Alpha Carlos Gonzalez and Eco X-Ray Pablo Bispey that the other pilots, Aldo and Wojciech, they had to turn back, so they recovered some minutes. And let's take a look at about how is the main photo going. Okay, let's take a look. So first of all, you see Tango Fox, who is Mateusz Kruczynski crossing, because he started very far, very late after climbing a lot. And we see 8570. They are not climbing, they are 2,100 meters. I think the second group, Sierra and India Romeo, has recovered some distance to them. And the third group, you can see that thermal in the middle of the valley is Bravo Mike 707 Alpha Papa Echo and Echo X-Ray. So this is the general photo. Interesting to see the altitudes of these groups, 85 and 70. They are the lowest ones, but they are the one that have advanced the most. I think they will look for the ridge. That's the group following the ridge, and there were about 2,100, 2,200. They haven't lost altitude. I think they are working this. Their speed. They are not running too much. I think they are trying to gain the energy they can from the wind blowing onto this ridge. Okay, and in the meantime, a little bit more back. You can see the chasing group, India Romeo and Sierra. Okay. So these are the two small groups that are at the front of the race. We can say at this moment they have about 30 kilometers to arrive to the finish port, 40 kilometers. Well, we can see what we're explaining about Yankee Oscar and 85. So India Romeo and Sierra are following the same path. You could see some moments ago how they were following the ridge and they didn't fall. In fact, I think John and Max hadn't lost any altitude in about 20 kilometers. Now they are arriving to Yesero and Collado Fotefablo, and the leading 85 and 70, they are crossing the Biescas Valley. Okay. From there, they will turn south to go to the finish line. And there seems that Sierra and India Romeo, they stopped to climb. We will see if they do or not. As you can see, there's also a peak there, and the wind coming from the right of your screen. The wind blowing from northwest. We will see. So this is the global situation. The leading group, John and Max, followed by Stanislav and Kevin Furr, and the third group that was in the middle of the Finca Valley between second and third point, who got pilots coming from 3 different ways. So it seems that Bravo Mike kept on going, and in the meantime, there are some gliders still climbing in the middle. So 7-0 left, Alto for a thermal that he thinks, he thinks will be better. And well, let's go to the leading group. They are arriving to the third point, to the turn point number 4. So Max kept on going. Max is about 2,000 meters while John stopped to climb. Now John has about 300 meters of different altitude, and let's see what speeds they have. So now John gathered a lot of energy climbing. Now he's going much faster than 85. So difference of 300 meters. I think the race winner will be decided here. Stanislav and Kevin have the same altitude, but at about 6 or 8 kilometers after them, so I think they almost have no opportunity to chase them. But that's the nice thing. We will see if John is able to catch Max or Max wins as yesterday. Okay, Max is accelerating now from 140 to maybe 170 kilometers per hour. India Romeo and Sierra, they are going to pass the valley. John is deviating to the north through Peña Petruso and Pico de la Lera, going to the Valle of Villanúa, while 85 is going straight to Castillo de Jaca. Interesting, because John is deviating a lot, being pretty close to the finish line, so maybe he has seen some very nice cumulus or some nice climb to do, because we'll show you this view. So you can see finish point north, which is the reporting point, and after that point they only have 4 kilometers to the finish line over the airfield. We must remember it's 1,000 meters over FSL, the minimum finish altitude. So John went more to the north, maybe also to the ridge, I don't know. And now they have the same speed. John has about 250 meters more than Max, but he must run more kilometers. Now let's take a look about what's the difference between them and the chasing group of Kevin and Stanislav. Here you can see them. Still 300 meters of speed of altitude of difference between John and Max. And well, I don't. It's also important to say that the reporting point is over a mountain, about a small ridge between 1,300 and 1,000 meters high, which is about 400 meters over the airfield. And well, John at the moment is not taking advantage of this northern route he chose. We can see who the pilots are. And the speeds they are doing. Okay, India, Romeo and Sierra, they stop to climb. And John is going faster than Max. We can see John and Max at the lead. Now there's a difference of about 150 meters, while India, Romeo and Sierra climb to about 2,000 meters, and I think they will follow a more straight route. Now they are passing Borao, the start point, which is the after valley of Viescas, and pretty close to Hasa and Villanueva. Hasa was the place where one of the waypoints of yesterday. Unfortunately, we don't have the signal of at which speed is Max and now John going. And that's a general view of how the race is developing. Close to the start, you can see John and Max, the second small group, India, Romeo and Sierra, and there all the pilots that joined were at the main of the valley, in the middle of the valley, Papa Echo 70, 7 Alpha, and Echo X-ray. So John and Max, they are arriving to the reporting point, and we will see who the winner is. I think Max still has the lead. Yes, followed by John. John is about 150 meters higher, but I don't know if he will be able to catch Max. Max will arrive to the turn point number 4. Made a little deviation to the west, I think, to gain energy from Gannett Ridge, and John is coming from the north, different of about 200 meters. Remember that the minimum altitude for passing finish line is 1,000 meters. So Max already made the 4th point. John is going to do it now. And India Romeo and Sierra will be after them. So, okay, Max is winning again, like yesterday. Fantastic race again. Repeating the winning. John is second. John will be second. And fantastic race. Tricky race, not easy to do what these pilots have done. Working the ridge and the thermals, especially the thermals with north wind, where this strong wind breaks these thermals and make this very more difficult to work on them. Okay. So it's fantastic. We must remember Grand Prix competition has the best pilots in the world, and from here 1 or 2 are selected for the world finals. And we are very happy that apart from Spanish pilots, some pilots came from France, Poland, United Kingdom, and Germany. It's fantastic. So John going for the 2nd place. And who will be the 3rd, Stanislav or Kevin? In the meantime, you can see 85 is already doing his procedure to land. They will land in runway 27 from east to west. So John the 2nd. Congratulations, John, again, doing quite well. And let's take a look of who will be the 3rd and the 4th. Kevin is in front, 1,400 meters. Stanislav is a little bit after him. He's 60 meters higher, and he's pushing much more. It will be interesting if Stanislav is able to catch Kevin. These are the best moments of Grand Prix, even though they are not going to win the race. But you know, being the third or the fourth gives different points for the main scoring, and also it's just fantastic situation. Difference of 20 meters. Stanislav is going faster than Kevin. Kevin is accelerating more now. India Romeo is making the 4th point. Sierra is after him. It's following him. He's faster, but I don't think he will catch him. Of course, you must remember these are the winner in this competition is the winner in real time. No handicaps, no ratings here. And but of course, there's a process of scoring later. Where the scorers must take a look if there are any penalties to put because of altitudes, maneuvers, or whatever. So now they have the same speed. India Romeo followed by Sierra. They will be the third and fourth positions of today's task. Okay, so India Romeo, Kevin Ford is the third, closely followed by Sierra, Stanislav Biela with a Ventus 3 TS. Okay, very well done. We must say that these pilots usually don't fly here, so they are not local. So it's very good for them coming here to a place where they haven't flown before, except a couple of days before. Or last week, and they come here and they make these great flights. Okay. So Kevin the third, Stanislav the fourth, and we will see the rest of the pilots because there will be, I think, there will be more points for the pilots. So let's take a look at who will be the fifth and sixth. Okay, well done, Stanislav. Again. And we are going back to a general view. How to see the other ones are going. So there is the situation. I think Klaus is also somewhere there. Klaus Kalmbach. Yes, you can see the profile is in front of Papa Echo and 70. They are going pretty fast, and also 7 Alpha after them. following the ridge. Aldo is going through a northern path through the second step, while Papa Echo is going through the southern one. And Charlie Tango in front of them. He is arriving. He has passed already, or going to pass the Borao star line. And he's 1,600 meters. Yes, I think he has the altitude to arrive. I don't think he has to stop. About 1,500 meters, while the chasers, Papa Echo and 70, are about 100 or Aldo 300 meters more. Okay. Papa Echo 70 following after Charlie Tango. Aldo is about 200 meters or 300 meters higher than Papa Echo, so he could outpass him, we will see. And 7 Alpha is about 3 kilometers after them, so I don't think he's able to catch them. Following the ridge, as you can see, Aldo was going through a more northern route. I think maybe the wind was better for some dynamic flight, and about 120 meters of difference. Interesting to see what speeds are they doing. Now Aldo is getting a little bit faster than Papa Echo because he's higher. And maybe Aldo can outpass Papa Echo. I think he can do it. Papa Echo is, I think, stopping a little bit, while Aldo keeps on the same speed. And before them, Klaus is doing the 4th point. I don't know the altitude, but this altitude there can be a small difference between this and the altitude used for scoring. So there could be difference from this limit of 1,000 meters. So instead of the previous gliders that were flying faster, he's flying slow. I think he's not so high as the previous pilots. And both Aldo and Wojciech, they are higher. That's why they are going faster. Okay. So Klaus will be the 5th pilot of today. Okay, so Klaus is the fifth. Congratulations, Klaus, you did very well. And we will see who will be the sixth and seventh. 7-0 and Papa Echo are pretty close. Now the difference is only about 100 meters. Look at the speeds. And it will be very, very, very interesting. Aldo is a little bit faster than Wojciech, arriving to the fourth point, to the reporting point. There they must report to the airfield that they are going to pass the finish line. Aldo still a little bit faster. Okay, here we have both flying 200 kilometers per hour on final glide. That's the nicest. That's one of the nicest images of this Grand Prix. Fantastic competition. Difference of about 30 meters. It could be small difference, but both 200 kilometers. So that's the perspective from Aldo glider. You can see a little bit to the left is Papa Echo, a little bit lower. Look at the speeds. It seems that Aldo will win Wojciech. Even though I think Wojciech is slowing a little bit because of the altitude. And crossing the finish line. Fantastic. Okay, you're still racing Bravo Mike and 7 Alpha. Bravo Mike is much higher than 7 Alpha, than Carlos Gonzalez. I think Bravo Mike will accelerate because he has a big difference of altitude, much more energy, maybe about 200 meters more, 300 meters. From here you can see Bravo Mike is going to do the fourth point. He has converted his potential energy, because he was higher than 7 alpha, to kinetic energy into speed. Turning the fourth point. And there's a simulation of the view from the cockpit of Miguel Monedero, Bravo Mai, flying his 20. Perfect. And after him will cross the finish line 7 Alpha Carlos González. View from Carlos González. I think he is arriving to the limit of the altitude. We will see later at the scoring what will be happen about this. So Miguel just passed the finish line, and Carlos is doing in some seconds. Okay, fantastic. And we can see Pablo Vispe. He will also do the task, arriving to the fourth point. And well, we will leave the broadcast here. Thank you for your patience. Thank you for being there. This incredibly fantastic kind of competition. And let me thank people who help to solve this competition and broadcasting could go on. Thank you to Brian Spragley, Benjamin Neglé, Claire Heliot, Sebastien, Alexander, Antoine, and Angel Casado. So thank you very much, and stay tuned for tomorrow, another fantastic race. Thank you.